So, I mean, any student that would have designed that would take that to be a highlight of their career that would be just beginning. And there would also be a certificate of recognition signed by the Minister of Transport and the Minister responsible for arts and culture. Because these are young people, there would be some cash, some discretionary cash that would be given to the winning submissions. Thank you so much. So it's a proposal. Do you like it? Yeah. Can you do the? Oh yes. Thank you so much. So we would further just communicate and announce that. Please, let's get on board. Let's paraphrase. Okay. So are we back now, IT? Are we back? Okay. Can we then, have we also established the online? Yeah. Then we continue with our program, and we sincerely apologize for things that are not really our problem, but these are some of the challenges we face. So we would like to therefore continue with the program. I think we've got Mr. Andrew Young, who is online, who is going to be talking to us now. Andrew Young is from the University of Nelson Mandela Bay, Summerstrand, and he's going to talk to us about artificial intelligence. And I'm not sure whether has he connected. Can you hear us, Andrew?
Yes, I can hear you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you quite clearly. May I just, to introduce you properly, Andrew. Andrew is a recipient of the MTech in Mechanical Engineering in 2000. He has worked for about 20 years in innovation and development of new technologies. And he's been responsible for creating designs as well as strategies that meet tight deadlines. So he knows his game. And he's been known to provide a reliable and actionable solutions to stakeholders in the automotive and manufacturing industries. He is enthusiastic with passion for the future of engineering at the Nelson Mandela University. His main responsibilities are to direct and manage all engineering activities to ensure engineering integrity, excellence, financial sustainability, good communication workflow. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you Andrew Young, who is the Engineering Director at the ENTSA at Nelson Mandela University. Andrew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And, thank you to Mr. Ntuli for the invitation, and thank you, honored guests, for your attention. So I think it may be a little bit appropriate that I address you virtually, simply because we are discussing Industry 4.0 and advanced automation and the way that the world is going to be in the future. So I'm going to start a little bit of a presentation that I have, so I'm going to be sharing my screen. Google telling me what I like. Facebook is able to tag your face in a fence photo. It's absolutely incredible. So what is automation? Automation is the application of technology to produce or deliver goods with little human intervention. So that doesn't mean no human intervention. It just means a little human intervention. And the skills required for AI for automation are what we need to be developing is complex problem-solving skills, critical thinking, creativity, people management and coordination skills, judgment and decision-making. We need to develop service orientation skills, and then we need to be flexible in our thinking. And these are all human skills. So it's not necessarily that we've decided that since we're allowing the computer to make decisions for us, that we won't be needing humans anymore. That's far from it. We will be employing more people. So I use the example of perhaps considering what 5G is going to be doing. So at the moment, I think the number is 5 billion users on cell phones at the moment. With 5G, we're looking at 25 billion people, or 25 billion connections anyway, that will be made using 5G. And that's an incredible number, but what it is also is an incredible number of opportunities where things can actually go wrong. So I think we need to just have, an understanding of what these technologies are doing for us, and where we need to be aware of the perhaps clashes with what we actually need from them. And then we need to be realistic as well. If you consider in the old days, I think it wasn't unusual to have to stand in a queue for a long time at a bank. And now that's hardly ever the case, simply because we don't need to go into a bank. So the advances in automation, advantages in 4R is for us and making lives for us easier. So jobs that will be demand in the maritime industry. So we'll be looking at ship automation specialists that are needed. Cybersecurity specialists. I think that that's with 24 billion users of or 24 billion systems online. You will need to have secure ways of making sure that other systems don't affect yours. 3D printing technicians are something that we'll need as well. I think a lot of your big ships have workshops on board, and I don't think it's going to be unusual to have a 3D printing station on board as well that can also print spare parts for your boat. I know at the International Space Station, they now have 3D printers up there printing things that they would need. So it's certainly not off the table, and it's slowly happening. Energy efficient specialists, certainly that's something that we need to look at all the time. And then data protection specialists. So that data refers to your personal data. With 24 billion users, we need to be able to protect that information that is important to us. So what are those policy enabling requirements? I think that we need to create an enabling environment for automation. The bottom line is that if we don't take the lead in providing easy access for automation or easy system implementation, if we're not taking the lead, then we're behind. The skills, we need to start facilitating that upskilling and retooling. I think that, so I can speak from my experience, particularly in the automotive industry, and then also in the other manufacturing and first, second tier suppliers. Every time we've installed a robot or installed a piece of automation into a factory, that factory has had to hire people. And that seems counterintuitive. But if we've installed a robot, something needs to feed that robot with product, and that requires our intervention. And so more people have been employed, and more product has been delivered. So it has resulted in greater efficiency and greater output. So it's certainly something that we can't ignore, and we should embrace it where we can. And then other policy enabling requirement, we need to invest in 4R. So if we're not investing in it, someone else is, and we're going to be left behind. So yeah, it's really is something that we can't ignore. The rest of the world is taking advantage of this, and we need to be following suit, if not leading the suit. So yeah, with thanks, I think I can't ignore the Innovation Agency. TIA, they've been really big supporters of us, and then SAIMI, South African International Maritime Institute, big supporters of what we're doing, and I know both those institutions have shared goals. So yeah, thank you very much to them. And yeah, this is who we are. Our Marine Robotics Center is in there somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I think from these presentations, the CMTP is going to benefit a lot, because we need to update and make sure that we build this into our policy and respond to the issues that are being presented. We are running behind time. I wouldn't like to waste any further. Just to confirm that Ingrid is online. Can you test? Can you hear us, Ingrid?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you.
Wonderful. Yeah, it is your voice. So when are you coming to South Africa?
Maybe in October. Now that I heard about the parallel event.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good. Thank you so much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege to introduce to you Ms. Ingrid Siedenval-Yego. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Is a project director at the Global Maritime Forum, an international not-for-profit organization committed to shaping the future of global seaborne trade to increase sustainable long-term economic development and human well-being. In the GMF, Ingrid is responsible for the Getting to Zero Coalition, a powerful alliance of more than 200 organizations within the maritime energy, infrastructure, and finance sectors. Supported by key governments and IGOs committed to getting commercially viable deep-sea zero-emission vessels powered by zero-emission fuels into operation by 2030. Ms. Siedenval-Yego has 20 years of experience from the private, not-for-profit, and the public sectors, always focusing on multi-stakeholder engagement for sustainable development and climate action. She holds a Master's of Economics and Politics from Lund University, Sweden, a Global Maritime of Arts in International Relations from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University, Boston. Without further ado, I present to you Ingrid. Ingrid, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dumisani, and thank you so much for having me at this important conference. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, or at least virtually. I would love to be in South Africa, and I hope that there will be more opportunities going forward, given that travel has been quite challenging over the past couple of years. Yes, so Dumisani very kindly already introduced me and the Global Maritime Forum and the Getting to Zero Coalition, so I will not spend any more time on that. I wanted to present a couple of slides to you. So I will try to share my screen. I hope this is working all right. So, so the reason I think that I have been invited to join this conference is because over the past 2 years, we have had the opportunity to collaborate with a range of stakeholders in South Africa, from the public, private, and private sectors and civil society, academia, and so on, to explore growth and business opportunities for South Africa related to shipping decarbonization. And this we have been able to do thanks to funding by something called the P4G, Partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030. And we have been working on this project together with the UCL Energy Institute, the Environmental Defense Fund, the International Association of Ports and Harbors, ourselves at the Global Maritime Forum, and the World Economic Forum. And I should also say that the World Bank, who was mentioned earlier this morning, has also been a very active implementing partner. So why did we choose to focus on South Africa? Well, there are several reasons. One is the strategic location of South Africa on key shipping lanes, and also because South Africa is an important shipping nation, but also because of the amazing renewable energy potential that we see that South Africa has, and that was very well elaborated by Thomas earlier this morning. So we are now approaching the end of this 2-year project, and we're about to wrap up our final report. So what I wanted to do here is to present some of the findings of that report. So I think that this is a very timely opportunity for us to be able to contribute to your work. And if you have any comments and reactions to me, you're welcome to send them to me. I know that there won't really be time for Q&A, but there should still be time to consider some of these in the final report. So what I wanted to do is really to focus mostly on the policy aspects, because also because Thomas has already covered a lot of the energy aspects. But I'll get started with my presentation. So first, looking at, let me see if I can see my own screen here. So South Africa's adoption of legislation and policies signals a gradual but decisive transition towards renewable energy. So including the acts and policies that you can see here. So the National Energy Act, the National Development Plan, National Climate Change Response Policy, etc. And I think you know these far better than I do. Looking at the, sorry, I'm struggling a bit here with my slides. At the maritime policies, these are yet to reflect that ambition. So the climate ambitions that were expressed in the more climate-related policies. So we think that the review that is happening right now is very timely. What we can see looking at the existing maritime transport policies is that there is little or no mention of reducing maritime emissions in those key policies. And there are a few mentions, but they also refer to maritime transport as a quite small contributor to greenhouse gas emissions due to operations mainly taking place on international waters. We do, however, see that the mention of shipping in the Hydrogen Society roadmap that was mentioned earlier is an important recent development in the right direction. So really connecting shipping with the hydrogen policy. Sorry. So shipping is obviously a key sector for South Africa. About 4% of the world's containerized trade volume passes through African ports, and 96% of South Africa's imports and exports are moved on ships. So obviously it's a sector of key importance to the national economy. And given the amount of trade that South Africa undertakes, as well as the location on these key shipping routes, that means that there is significant maritime activity, but also significant emissions. And what we have found in our study is that the maritime emissions actually differ quite significantly from the national accounting. What we can see is that there is a difference of 30%. So if you look at the national greenhouse gas inventory, the estimated amount is 8.3 megatons CO2 equivalents, and what our project partners have calculated is that it could actually be as much as 10.8 megatons. So that's a difference of about 30%. And why am I mentioning that? Well, I think that that what's important is, as I mentioned earlier, that in the maritime policies, it has been mentioned that the maritime emissions aren't that significant. I think that they are probably more significant than that, which makes an even stronger case for picking up abatement efforts also in the maritime space. So, luckily, sorry, did I miss my slide? Yes, here. So luckily, and as we also heard extensively from Thomas earlier, the renewable energy potential in South Africa is really remarkable. So there's a great potential to develop this renewable energy potential into producing fuels for bunkering of the shipping sector that could therefore help to abate emissions from that sector. But the potential is so large that it could do much more than that. So it could also contribute to the domestic abatement efforts, but also for international bunkering, and as was highlighted by Thomas, for exports. And I can only confirm, dialing in from a European country, that the war in Ukraine and the European dependence on Russian gas is becoming an urgent issue here. So I think that the future demand from Europe is just going to increase even more. So as Thomas really elaborated on this, I will not go so much into it. The only thing that I would like to highlight is that what we have seen in our work is that obviously there is this renewable energy potential, which is really promising for the shipping sector. But I think that something which is important to highlight is the co-benefits of developing this potential. Because this is something that we discussed early on, Dumisani, that while abating emissions from the shipping sector is important, it's perhaps not the only compelling argument that can be made. So I think that's something that's important to consider is the potential for job creation, and especially as jobs in the fossil industry will be reduced over time. There is an opportunity here to create new jobs in the production of these new sustainable fuels. There's also this export income that was discussed earlier this morning. There's the potential to support the national energy transition. So this would not be only about international shipping, but it can also be a trigger for and a lever for the domestic energy transition. And then also, if we were to get to a fuel shift in the maritime sector, there are also important co-benefits in terms of reduced air pollution, which will also help improve public health. With this slide here, I only want to emphasize that the demand from the shipping sector is important in the sense that it can act as a trigger, as I mentioned, to accelerate the energy transition and support the energy transition of other industries. But the potential that exists in South Africa is so large that it would not compete with the electricity demands from the land-based sector. So the potential is really, it needs to be built up, but there is enough, which I think is a key message to pass on here. Now, I wanted to focus a bit on policy recommendations, because what we see is that, in order to reap the potential of South Africa that you have in the energy space in particular, there needs to be some supportive frameworks on the policy side. So the national ambition, combined with strategic objectives and international partnerships, put South Africa in a particularly promising position to undertake this just transition that I referred to, that will strengthen domestic energy production, decrease pollution, and meet multiple sustainable development goals. You can see that I have highlighted here in this map a couple of locations. So we have Buche Bay, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Saldanha Bay, and Hydrogen Valley, because these are a few of those growth and business opportunities that we will be elaborating in the report. And I know that those are largely overlapping with the ones that you referred to, Thomas. We have also been looking into Richards Bay, just like you, and Kucha was also mentioned in our previous report. So they're really, I think what I would like to indicate, there are many promising locations for production and bunkering of these new fuels. And I also think that several can be pursued in parallel. So I don't think that it's necessarily a race because I think that the demand going forward is going to be so considerable. So South Africa has a robust political framework that can support shipping's energy transition, but maritime decarbonization is still a relatively new topic on the national agenda, and that's not only the case in South Africa, of course. It's many countries are in the same position. So there is a need for more information gathering, awareness, skill development on this topic that can help it become a more prominent trend and accelerating investment and positive impacts in South Africa. So looking at some key policy action areas, I would like to touch upon these. So raise awareness around shipping decarbonization, encourage public-private collaborations, set scalable zero-emission fuel standards and authorizations, sign the Zero by 2050 declaration and increase climate ambition at the IMO. And also echoing Thomas, sign the climate declaration and engage in developing the first green corridors of Africa. So looking at the awareness raising, I think that this is something that we have felt when we've been running our project, that it's been a really interesting and exciting opportunity to engage with stakeholders in South Africa. And what we have seen is that even if the awareness is or wasn't very well developed initially, there's really a lot of enthusiasm and curiosity and momentum. So I have to say we feel really encouraged by that, and want to congratulate you for really wanting to be pioneers in this area. So I think that continuing to do that, to raise awareness and also strengthen collaboration between different sectors of society is really helpful. I think that this to deepen the understanding of the co-benefits will be important. Understanding that climate mitigation is not the only driver, but for example, the potential to create green jobs, support a just transition, it can really be part of this equation. So the upcoming revision of the Cmtp is really a good opportunity to continue doing some of this, as well as the upcoming NDC of South Africa. I would also like to stress the value of encouraging public-private collaborations, and I think that this is something that we're seeing globally in the shipping decarbonization space. The emergence of public-private collaborations. I mean, it can be about knowledge sharing, dialogue, and so on, but also actual public-private partnerships that emerge. So one thing that can be done is to develop integrated roadmaps to support shipping decarbonization, so looking at infrastructure, transition pathways, etc. Setting standards for these new sustainable zero-emission fuels is something that is going to be necessary going forward, and there is some work taking place. So that South African authorities could get involved in or continue to engage with and follow the advancement in that space. I would also like to emphasize the IMO angle, because the IMO is really setting the target for the maritime sector, and as was mentioned earlier, it's currently 50% reduction by 2050, but there is an expectation that the IMO would increase that ambition to full decarbonization by 2050. And I think that, you know, adjusting that target is going to be a very important signal, because there's a big difference between a zero target and anything that is less than zero, because if you have a zero target, it means that the entire maritime sector needs to decarbonize. It's no longer possible to sit back and say, well, you know, I would be part of the ones that don't need to decarbonize. This is a signal that everyone needs to do it. So a recommendation to South Africa is to support that development at the IMO. There's a declaration on zero emission shipping by 2050, which is still open for more signatories. So signing that declaration, but even more importantly, making sure that it trickles down into the IMO would be important. And then last, the Clydebank Declaration. So the Clydebank Declaration is a declaration by a number of governments who commit to support the development of green corridors. And green corridors are first mover routes. And it's a way of coming over this well-known chicken and egg dilemma when the fuel producers don't know whether they can move until they know that the vessels will exist. So here you have like an integrated approach on a specific route, and based on the renewable energy potential of South Africa and based on all the important work that you're doing with the review of this policy, I think that this would be a good concrete thing that South Africa can do. And now that I heard about the World Maritime Day parallel event, I'm wondering whether that could not be a good opportunity to announce a South African green corridor. So I'd like to stop there, but thank you so much for the invitation. And I imagine that I'm between you and lunch, so I will not hold you any longer.
Thank you so much, Ingrid, for a very inspiring presentation. I think, as she said, I think we've been working for the past 2 years on this project, and some of the participants are also present here. There's a national committee that we established, and thank you very much for your response, because now these are the results of your own process that we are aware of. So any particular questions? I see Kashifa is there, from the famous Saldanha Bay, who is going to be a critical player. Yes, Kashifa.
Thank you. It's Kashifa from Saldanha Bay IDZ. I think the policy recommendations that you offer is definitely food for thought and inclusion in the review of the comprehensive maritime transport policy, because I think this question, and just latching on from what Thomas said, this is a new industry. This is a new economy that we're bringing to South Africa. And its potential in changing and enhancing the maritime value chain is catalytic. And I think one of in doing my own research and looking at this topic, Ingrid, maybe if I can ask you the question, in doing this study and working with the other countries that you have been engaging with, What is their approach to stakeholder engagement at the community level? Because in Saldanha, as you know, we've had the shutdown of the steel mill. We've had opposition to the gas amendment bill from the fishing community. And the community there is in dire need, as lots of communities all over South Africa, of hope and being taken through a process to understand what is the change that is coming about. So if you can maybe reflect on some of the strategies that some of the other countries are doing with regards to local stakeholder engagement, I think that would be very useful for us as South African stakeholders to understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, my question is on the first one, on the first presentation.
Yes, of course, we can go, yeah. If you have got questions on the earlier presentation on the 4IR, you may ask those questions as well. Yes, Mr. Bigman.
Okay, thanks. Now, there was a slide on policy enablers. Now, I want to know from the presenter of their thought, what do they think should be the role of government in the short term and also in the long term? I saw a whole shopping list, but I could not figure out what becomes of our role of government according to their view. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew, are you still there, just to make sure that we don't call it questions and maybe you've stepped out? Andrew, are you there?
Yes, hi there, I can hear you.
Good. Okay, just you can continue listening. I've got another few questions. Yes, Mr. CO Saibi, Mr. Mtati.
No, thanks very much. First, it was to comment on Andrew's presentation, to say that SAIMI's interest in the activities, they are based on essentially three things. One, the issue of innovation within maritime. So we're supporting their unit on the basis of what they're seeking to develop in this regard. So that's the one part. The second part is on skills development, because you're saying you are not going to be able to innovate unless you have got the required skills to be able to do so. So what is missing perhaps in Andrew's presentation are the kinds of skills that they've identified and the students that they currently support at a honors level, at a master's, as well as at a PhD level, to be able to develop these capabilities. The third one, which he referred to slightly, is that we are saying you can't speak about industrialization and not speak about your manufacturing capability. So you must not just innovate, but you must seek to transition into manufacturing so that those capabilities, are available in the country. Because we have seen with COVID-19 that, the continent had largely to import, literally just about everything and anything. And therefore we're saying, crisis should point out about the possibilities that exist. So it is not only Mandela University that SAIMI supports around this activity, but it is UCT as well. They in the same bracket, and we have also been made aware that CPUT is also, within the space, having developed drone capabilities. And these are the areas that we think, in line with what is contained in the policy, are areas that deserve to be supported in maritime research as well as maritime innovation. And to Ingrid's presentation, part of the reason we have participated in those engagements is to say, as you develop alternative energies, surely you must then have the skills to be able to support those things. So you can't, start into the future and still not have the skills, in the country. we have seen with wind energy, wherein we have to import skills, literally just about for anything. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe one more final hand before they provide responses. Going once, twice. Yeah, okay, fine. Yes, the questions are there. Let's start with Andrew, please. Andrew.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the question. I think it's always tricky when government asks the question and says, listen, we are listening, tell us what you need. I think in the short term, it's simply a matter of the government being aware of the need and recognizing the direction that technology is taken, and then a big requirement to actually invest in those technologies. So we need there to be an understanding that, and in my experience, like I mentioned, we've shown that every time we've invested in technology, it's resulted in the employment of people. So it's not something we need to be scared of. It's something we need to be driving. And I think if government policies can talk to that, I think that we'd all benefit. So, and then to thank Mr. Mtati for his comments. So yes, we're investing in our interns, both in electrical and mechanical engineering. And then we also recognize the very big part that communication plays in any type of automation or autonomy or receiving data from shipping or sensors out at sea. So obviously these sensors would be used both for industrial type of purposes, but then also for ecological purposes, measuring global warming and what have you. So those are our three main focus areas in our skills development package, in that we're investing, we have internships appointed for communication, mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, and then also masters and PhDs that are working on projects within those fields. So we're trying to equip ourselves to be able to supply the market with what they're needing. And if government is listening, and it sounds like they are, we're happy. And I think we're all pulling in the right direction. We just don't need, I think a real bad example is our airborne drone that has taken longer than necessary to be able to get it into the air, and understand that legislation needs to follow. And it's simply a case of those boxes are being ticked so that we can actually deliver the service that's needed. I hope that answers the question.
No, thank you so much. I see the question askers. They are nodding. Then the next, Ingrid, you want to deal with those two comments and a question?
Yes, happy to do so. And thank you for the questions. And also it's good to see that that some of our partners from the project are in the room. I wasn't quite sure who was in the room, since it's a hybrid event. So I'll try to answer the questions the best I can. So first of all, what do other countries do when it comes to stakeholder engagement? I think that, every country takes a different approach. I think that's something that has struck us in South Africa, is that there's been such a positive response from all the sectors, so both from the government sector, from the private sector, and civil society. What we have seen in some other countries is, well, it's probably not very diplomatic to point to another country, but for example, in the case of Mexico, there we see that the government is not as motivated by the decarbonization agenda, but we see a lot of engagement from stakeholders on the subnational level. So there, I think that progress will more be driven from projects or sub-regional, subnational entities. So, and when it comes to the role of government, I tried to list a few, but so in the short term, I think that, I mean, this transition is going to take a long time. And it needs the IMO to support it. So the IMO needs to put in place the supportive frameworks that I mentioned, the higher ambition target, supportive policy measures, such as a market-based measure or a carbon levy. But it's going to take time until that is fully sort of in place. So in the meantime, I think that national governments can really play an important role in driving this transition. So, you know, for example, by engaging in public-private partnerships to support the development of pilot projects and demonstration projects that can test technologies, test business models, de-risking mechanisms, and so on. The government can obviously address the concerns that Olga Mtati raised, so skills development. I think that a roadmap for shipping, a national roadmap for shipping decarbonization is something that the national government can undertake. And one thing that I would like to highlight, and this is something that we see in many of the countries that we work with, is the necessity to have a whole of government approach and buy-in to shipping decarbonization. Because what we have seen in some countries is that there's a lot of enthusiasm around the potential to produce the zero emission fuels of the future for the international maritime sector. But at the same time, there's a reluctance to work towards those progressive policy frameworks at the international level, at the IMO level, and both are needed. So I think something that governments can do is to make sure to have a sort of a whole of government approach to this. I hope that answers this. I will have to actually excuse myself, but thank you so much for having me again.
Yes, thank you so much to our speakers this morning, and I think they've given us food for thought. I think now tackling the next assignment, we are much more brighter, and we can see where we need to tweak and improve. So now we are coming to the most exciting part, that of you working now quietly to enhance, to improve the CMTP. So I would like to invite Mr. Mabuela to just explain to you where the breakaway groups are, and the conveners just to show themselves, taking into account the time that we have. I think we've got very limited time to execute the next part. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, colleagues. Are we good? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ntuli, Master of Ceremony. Yes, colleagues, we're going to have 6 sessions, 7 actually, in total. Session 4, Session 5, Session 6, Session 7. Session 4 being the driving efficiency, competition and integration of port, rail and road. 4th, IR and artificial intelligence policy enablers. This session will remain in the room. Session 4. Session 5 on championing cleaner marine environment and renewable energy solutions for the maritime transport and ports. This session will use the breakaway room that is just on the corridor. I think I'll be in the room so people can follow me. We will use the first breakaway session. The session 6 on women empowerment and 7 on youth empowerment. They will use the second floor pool deck area. It's just on the second floor. Just take a lift. I'm not, Ms. Hansi? Yes, Ms. Hansi can lead the group to the room. And then they can just, within the room, divide themselves accordingly. Thank you So the work starts now. We're moving straight into sessions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can I just confirm that these are participants for session 4? Okay, thank you. I think we were supposed to have tea, and I see that colleagues are having tea. We'll make it a working session. Can I ask that we settle in? Okay, thank you. Session 4 is dealing with driving efficiency, competition, integration of port, rail, and road. And it also has to look at the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence, how these are catered for in the CMTP. I think most of us were here yesterday, and in signing up to attend the conference, we are clear about what we are supposed to do, which is basically to take stock of the implementation of the CMTP to date. We discussed yesterday that it's not a finger-pointing exercise, but rather to say what has not been achieved, what are the reasons, and how do we amend the policy, if at all, going forward to take account of what still needs to happen. And we're supposed to identify emerging trends, developments, and challenges. And I think the presentations that we received this morning assist us in doing that, including the documents that were sent by the department. Importantly, we are to propose concise policy statements for the CMTP, for the department to consider in taking the process forward. In terms of the format of the session, we have 5 policy statements that we'll be focusing on that are covered in the CMTP. Policy statement number 4, which talks to a globally competitive port system, which I will be facilitating. And then policy statement number 5, a sustainable development and growth of local marine manufacturing, including offshore industries and related services, which will be facilitated by Ms. Innocentia Mutau. Innocentia, can you stand up so that those that will be in that session see you? Okay, and then statement number 6, an effective modally integrated maritime transport sector will be facilitated by Mr. Lebogang Dwambi from DPE, together with statement number 7 on an effective socio-economic program for the development of small harbors. Then Mr. Peter Besnat will be facilitating discussions on statement number 8 on effective and transformed coastal shipping and cabotage market. So we will have small groupings. The way we did it yesterday was we would have the small groupings across the room looking at those policy statements as facilitated by the people that I've highlighted. And they will be taking notes on your proposals to the department in terms of what needs to be done in revising the CMTP. The thing that I will do first is to then just run through the CMTP strategic objectives, which we did yesterday. So for today's purpose, I thought we would rather, out of the, 11 objectives, we'll focus on the ones that are relevant in terms of the theme of session 4, competitive port system. The request then is for you to then make inputs on those policy statements, whether they are still relevant, if not, why they are no longer relevant, if they need to be changed, what the changes would be. Again, you've got copies of the CMTP on the tables, and we'll refer you back to page 50 of the CMTP for the strategic objectives. Deputy Minister, please accept my apology for not greeting. Allow me to say all protocol observed. Thank you. Yeah. So, colleagues, in my review of the strategic objectives relative to the theme for session 4, I identified 3 immediate ones which are applicable, and that is B, E, and F. Strategic objective B indicated that we want the CMTP to contribute, or rather to contribute in government's effort of ensuring competitiveness of South Africa's international trade by providing a customer-focused maritime transport infrastructure and services through an innovative, safe, secured, all those nice things, including safety of navigation. Statement E, to provide guidance to the maritime transport sector stakeholders and customers with regards to institutional arrangements, governance and regulatory interventions, whilst ensuring effective and efficient coordination across government on matters of common interest to grow the maritime transport sector. And then F, to provide a clear framework around which operators, customers, investors, and funders can freely participate in maritime transport market to improve growth. Yes? Yeah, the Glory. Thank you. Thanks. F, to provide a clear framework essentially for participation by operators, customers, investors, and funders in the maritime transport market with a view to improve growth, performance, and competitiveness of the total maritime transport sector. Can I then invite you to indicate in terms of those statements in relation to the focus of this session, do we have any proposals in terms of changes to the Department of Transport, or do we, like yesterday, feel that they are still relevant and maybe we should have a discussion around what has been achieved or what has not been achieved in the context of the implementation plan? Can I have, okay, I've noted Mr. Gino in front. I'm familiar with faces, but not necessarily names, so I think for the benefit of everyone, when you do get the mic, please introduce yourself. The gentleman in the gray shirt over there. Can I start with those 2 hands? IT support, do we have someone with the roving mic? The gentleman here in front. And Sipho Dibakwane at the back will be the 3rd. No, this one at the, behind you, yeah.
Thank you, good morning. My name is Gino Dalfava. I'm from Freight Logistics, South Africa. I'm registered as a first black-owned customs clearing and forwarding agent, and in a very highly competitive and capital-intensive industry. And we have not seen post-democracy, we haven't seen any transformation of that sector while we have DM in the room with us this morning. So I'm just taking us back 24 hours ago yesterday. DM was not in our presence yet, when I raised this matter that the CMTP and the room had accepted the objectives of the Cmtp and the policy statements. And as you referred to, Joey, that we need to just enhance in terms of how do we speed up implementation. And so the policy speaks about the BBBE council that needs to be established. And I raised that with DM 8 months ago, that this council needs to be enacted. And with yourself, Joey, a year ago, with Khomotso and myself, that we had this engagement, that to make this document come alive, we need to address that establishment of the BBBE Subsector Charter Council. Thank you.
Okay.
ASAP. Ngos.
Thank you, Gino. The gentleman at the back in the grey shirt.
Chair, in his first part, Gino covered me that yes, we adopted these objectives.
Sorry, introduction
Oh,
first.
sorry.
Thanks.
My name is Patrick Lakabani, and I'm with the Saldanha Bay IDZ. So yes, let's just continue on that trajectory that we agreed on yesterday.
Okay. Sipho Dibakwame over there. Dibakwane.
Thanks, Chair. Good day once more. I think perhaps I wanted to propose a principled approach. If you, I suppose as a former project manager of the Maritime Policy development process as early as 2005 and 6. Now, if you look into the approach that has been taken here, just by way of an illustration, if you look at the one on page 53, a transform and growing maritime transport sector, there are a number of policy statements there. And probably how much? How many? Maybe 13 or 14? I think we need to agree that if, for example, amongst these policy statements from A up until to O, that we feel that they need to be taken out and elevated as a separate item.
Continue, Sipho.
Yes, as a separate item, so that we elevate the issue and we show the seriousness part of it in us doing it. Because we used a catch-all phrase when this was done, a transformed and growing maritime transport sector. And I want to believe that the new and revised policy must assist us to be concise, to be clear in what needs to be done, so that in terms of implementation, we are very clear in terms of what needs to be done on a particular issue. And if it needs to be that we say out of these 14 statements, we believe we need to end up with 3 or 4, so that we take a focused attention on it, so that we are very clear in what's to be done. There's a lot of things that needs to be done. If we are not focused in our documents, the same will happen in implementation. I just wanted to propose that approach, that principal approach through the entire document, having the institutional knowledge in how the thought behind this was done in the years that I've mentioned. Just wanted to propose that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sipho. If I can, then, if you are... It's good that Mr. Nduli is here. We've just taken inputs on the policy objectives for the CMTP. Obviously, we're taking the same approach that was taken yesterday to look at the objectives before we have inputs on the policy statements and then break into smaller groups. And the proposal from Mr. Dibakwani was, if you allow me to summarize it this way, Sipo, that the exercise that we are conducting, Mr. Ntuli, must actually look at rationalization of the policy statements as they are, because in order for us to take the process forward, we need to look at each of the policy statements and, in a sense, prioritize what needs to be done, so that then also informs the implementation plan. That is the proposal that is being made. Although the focus to Mr. Dibakwani was on policy statement number 3. My direct response to that was that in terms of the department's guidance to the facilitators, this group is supposed to focus on strategic objective number 4. But that doesn't, or rather policy statement number 4, that doesn't stop us from dealing with the issues on related policy statements, because the issues then that are raised by Gino and Patrick talks to policy statement number 3. So that is something that I would leave up to you, Mr. Nduli, as the project manager for the review of the CMTP. Is the scope for us to rationalize the various policy statements, prioritize them, so that if we are indeed going to also revise the implementation plan, it talks to specific policy interventions that would have been prioritized. Then on the issue that Gino raised on transformation in the sector, how do we speed up implementation? I'm not sure, Deputy Minister, if I borrow the SAMSA's former acting CEO's words, if I would be putting you on the spot, if you want to respond to that, because I think it's a request from industry that is that has been to the department over the last few years. In fact, I think it's 6 years for the promulgation of the maritime transport sector and services codes that takes us beyond the 2007 BBEE regulation, taking into account where we should be intervening in the sector now and providing a legal framework for us to take more bold action in terms of driving transformation in the sector. And the reason why it becomes important is that in terms of the BBEE Act, it is the BBEE councils that are responsible for developing the charters and then the implementation of the charters. I'll stand to be guided by yourself, or perhaps Mr. Ntuli would want to take that in terms of responding. I think they are still busy discussing. Can I take further hands-on input on the objectives? Khomotso here in front. I can't see on this side, so if there's a hand here, you need to probably stand up and ask for the mic so that you're also, okay. Linson Nambi also has a hand up. Khomotso, go ahead.
Thank you very much. With regard to the maritime BBEE charter codes and the scorecard, it is maybe just to help, as the DM is coming to answer, to say, from the side of SAMBA of FLSA, we have already had one meeting with the DTIC, who sent us back to say they need a department that is backing us up and that is where we are stuck. And then I think this one is important, in particular for the transformation, because we had already contacted you, Ms. Molauzi, with regards to the set aside, with regards to the 2007 ports regulation under Minister Jeff Hadebe, in terms of transformation in the ports and all of that. We have done, in terms of maritime transformation, a bit of a job that we feel, with the help of government regarding this Maritime BBB scorecard, it can really help us, because we are hitting the wall every time we go forward, and that is not doing justice to the industry at large. I thank you.
Thank you. Does I hand over there? Okay, he's got a mic.
Thank you very much. I sit here and I think echoing the sentiments of yesterday, where we spoke about how do we move to the next step where we implement. For me personally, it's very frustrating, as I've mentioned in my speech yesterday. We sit in a situation where, as a 100% black-owned company, South Africa's first black ship owners, employing over 120 South Africans at sea and having 3 vessels that are flagged in South Africa, we are not allowed to operate in Algoa Bay because of the current moratorium. However, in Algoa Bay presently, there are foreign vessels employing 120 foreign seafarers. Or, excuse me, there's 120 seafarers and only 9 of them are South African. Now, I don't understand why that is, when we would never allow any other company to operate in South Africa on a permanent basis that does not adhere to our labor law and employ South Africans and isn't duly registered as a South African entity paying taxes in South Africa. We would also not allow foreign companies to have a protected environment under the competition law, because that's anti-competitive behavior. And so it's extremely frustrating that I can't enter that market and foreign operators have a protected market. Also, what is frustrating is that we have applied for a bunker license in the port of Saldanha Bay and Richards Bay. It has taken 3 years and we still don't have our bunker license approved. We have been operating for more than a decade in Durban and in Cape Town. We have an impeccable safety record, one of the best in the industry. Why have we not been approved for Saldanha Bay and Richards Bay? Why do we not have alignment between SAMSA in all of these ports? Furthermore, TNPA needs to go and pierce the veil of the current bunker licenses and the operators. It does not make sense that if I am issued a bunker license to operate as Linson Nambi, I then approach a different company who actually conducts the bunker operation. And it is contained in the National Port Act that the party that is issued the bunker license must be the same party that handles the hoses, the pipes, the connecting of the ropes, and the towing. Now, if that is not the party, then we have subverted that act, and it is a case of fronting. Okay. And so my investment, and I've said this yesterday, we are ready to deploy South African vessels in South Africa and employ South Africans at an estimated investment value of 500 million rand. Yet because of this red tape and these inefficiencies, we aren't allowed to execute this. And we've been working on this for 3 years. And at this point, we are ready to take our investment outside of the country to the rest of Africa. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think listening to you, and in terms of the objectives, what I'm hearing from you is that the issue is at the level of implementation. So when we go into the small groups, we need to make sure that we translate what you're talking about or the interventions that are required as part of the implementation plan for CMTP. Can I confirm that you agree that at a policy level you are covered? The issue is with implementation, and therefore we need to be to defining that in the implementation plan for CMTP.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. So in the small group that you will be in, of the 4 that I've highlighted, then we'll want to see that coming through specific proposals in terms of what needs to be done. Yes, Mr. Ntuli?
Just to say that I think what's been expressed now, if it is really true, is not in the spirit of the CMTP, which seeks to create opportunities for local companies to enjoy the maritime space. It's also not in keeping with the letter and spirit of the Ports Act of 2005. So it qualifies exactly if there are any. It was not a new thing. If it qualifies to be an action point under the implementation plan. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Take us in terms of the triple BEE. Maybe we shouldn't ask the Deputy Minister to be reporting to the forum if we ask Mr. Ntuli, unless Deputy Minister, you want to take it?
No, thank you very much, Chair. When it comes to the charter, we're in the advanced stage to actually appoint one. I think it's in the office of the minister now, so we'll soon be announcing. I think I can end there. I just want to comment on the matter that is being raised. When you think that the officials are not helping you, please come to us politicians. Sometimes we are just a phone call away. And we are able to call them together to one room and say there's 1, 2, 3, deal with that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's things that the officials will want to put on their APPs and say this month I'm going to call a meeting, 3 months later I will then look at, consolidate the views of the meeting 7 months later and so on. But you call a meeting, you agree, you implement, it's done.
Yeah.
So I think we can't have people that are so disgruntled and operating within our space, and we only hear them about them in a conference such as this one. So when you think you're getting extremely frustrated, at least make us aware so that we can then say we all failed, and we'll be knowing as to why and how we failed. Where we can, we always find answers. He's raising the matter. I have an appointment, a meeting with National Treasury, ourselves, and I can't remember which other department, on issues related to taxation and VATs and everything that is affecting the shipping sector. We already have that meeting. But also we've added another item from one German company on a matter that has been dragging for about 3-4 years now. We want to say yes or no so that they know where they stand. And then if there is such a matter again, because they actually can relate to ourselves as the Department of Transport, SAMSA, but maybe other departments, we can put it on the agenda so that we're able to finalize the matter. So the point I'm just making is that when you think that you can't move because people that are supposed to help you are not, don't hesitate to come to us. It's a delegated responsibility, this one, to the Deputy Minister. So I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think it's directly to yourself, but it's open to all stakeholders in the public sector, and I think, or rather in the private sector. And I think that we all will agree that the Deputy Minister is very passionate about the maritime space and ensuring that there's transformation, but also things that have to happen, must happen. In the interactions that we've had with her, she's been very clear that it's not about the KPIs that you put in your APP. It's about the impact that you're having in the sector. So we can't have 100% achievement of APP, but we have industry players that are saying we don't see what is happening in the sector. So I would really encourage you to take that offer up And maybe in terms of ensuring that we have systems that are effective, that assist in dealing with issues systematically. There's a group yesterday that was dealing with communication, and they spoke about developmental communication in the maritime space. I think that's something that needs to be picked up to say, how do we ensure that the communication pipeline from beginning to end is actually working effectively, so that, as Deputy Minister said, people are not venting their frustrations in a conference that comes once a year, but there is a systematic way of engaging with our stakeholders throughout the year. Quarterly interactions, biannual interactions, and so on. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Any further hands on the objective statements? We're agreed that for statement 4, the 3 that we've highlighted are still relevant, and we're maintaining them as they are for the CMTP. I intentionally want to leave the issue about a rationalization of the policy statements to the department. I think my colleague yesterday indicated that there are some housekeeping issues that we do not want here. Would expect the department to have, dealt with those before we congregate here. So we leave it up to the department, understanding also that this is a process. We are correct, Mr. Ntuli, in that when we leave here today, we do not have a revised CMTP. We are making inputs into the revision of the CMTP or the midterm review of the CMTP. And by that, with that, the understanding would also be that perhaps some of the submissions can still be made post this conference. Okay, thank you. Last 2 hands before we then just get from the subsection facilitators. There are 5-minute input on the specific policy statements, and then we break away into the different groups to go into the details. Khomotso, and there's a hand over there.
Thank you very much, Joey. Allow me to abuse this opportunity, but on the statement of, because I don't want to call her, at least she's next to me, then I can speak this thing to say, Deputy Minister, the issue of the unifying voice of the maritime sector, it's a very, very important one. And it should not be failing because of some certain leaders within the SAMBAV that do not want to work. So we do have leadership here. Maritime industry has never been scarce of leadership. So with due respect and all protocol observed, I would want to ask for assistance to say, this SAMBAV must come back. Who is the leader? The industry must decide. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nziki Mbono from DFFE. I'm also coordinating the development of the master plan, which is building upon this work, and the CMTP is very much integral to that. So I thought maybe I should also just highlight one of the areas that were highlighted by the industry in that platform, which talks to the international shipping side as well. And thanks, DM, for already addressing the taxation-related aspects of the challenges that are faced by the local companies in that segment. But in addition to that, they've impressed upon us as government to just ensure that we move with speed to develop the SA ship register values so that we're able to differentiate ourselves as a country, to have that SA flag that's going to have more weight compared to the flags of convenience. Because they felt that in order for them to go and present their value propositions to the big cargo owners, such as the mining industry, amongst others, they would then need to know that they are piggybacking at the back of those values that will be well known, so that we're able to market ourselves better as an international maritime center in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I think that submission is noted. And there was a question yesterday about the participation of other departments that are affected by the maritime agenda. And I think, I'm not sure if you are involved in the, there is a process. I'm getting emails almost on a daily basis about working groups in the development of a master plan for the oceans economy. So in terms of alignment between what DOT is doing as the custodian of the maritime agenda and what is a DEA, DFF is doing, I think in the working group, in the smaller working groups that I have participated in, I see a lot of hard work that is being done, and maybe there needs to be an input also, or alignment with the DOT. But again, it is a implementation program issue as opposed to a policy issue. There is a group, Mr. Ntuli, if I'm right, that will be dealing with governance as well as institutional frameworks for implementing the CMTP. So this type of issue, the alignment will have to be taken forward in that group. Okay, thank you. I think, thanks. I apologize, I was working from the battery and it is flat, and I just need it for the next 5 minutes, yeah. Okay, so we are agreed on those policy statements, or rather policy objectives. If we then go to policy statement number 4 on globally competitive port system, I'll just make a 5-minute input that reflects on some of the trends in terms of South Africa's competitiveness in the global space, and some of the challenges that we still have to deal with. And then Ms. Innocentia Mutau will come and also do her input. She'll be followed by 5 minutes or so, and then she'll be followed by Lebogang Dwambe, and then Peter Besnat, after which then we'll break off into the smaller groups. There are, under policy statement number 4, there are a number of desired outcomes that have been defined in the CMTP. It talks to the need for the Department of Transport to undertake a number of interventions, starting with the review of the Commercial Ports Policy of 2002, the prescription of a port land use spatial planning framework for the port system, importantly, provisions dealing with private sector participation in commercial ports. I think I'll pause here. Deputy Minister, you're taking leave. Oh, okay, all right. And then the need for the department to monitor competitiveness of the South African port system together or in consultation with port users and port stakeholders. Statement 4 also requires the department to introduce measures to broaden participation of domestic entities in port operations, and for the integration of interventions that are defined in the National Transport Master Plan, in the envisaged Maritime Transport Sector Development Plan, which was supposed to be an output of the CMTP. And then lastly, to introduce measures to promote investment in port system. So policy statement number 4 is very clear about what needs to be done to improve competitiveness in the transport space, in the maritime space, and it focuses on issues around port planning and the provision of infrastructure, and then processes for bringing in private sector participation in the port system. I think a critical one that we'll discuss in the small groups was it was envisaged that between year 1 and 3 or 2 of the passing of the CMTP, as a country we will then review the commercial ports policy, because remember how our ports develop is on the basis of what was defined in the commercial ports policy, which specifically said we are establishing a national ports authority as the sole owner of port infrastructure, owner and developer of port infrastructure in the South African context. And therefore we created NPA as a monopoly. And in terms of the commercial ports policy, we then said also as a country that we will bring in competition in terminal operations, and that is how we will deal with efficiencies in the port system. It is critical that the implementation of the commercial ports policy be reviewed, so that we go back again collectively and say this is what we envisaged in 2002 at a time where globally the port reform movement was about privatization of ports, and we chose that we will do the model that is defined in the ports policy. Standing here in 2022, or at the time when the department will review the policy, what are the issues that we need to be taking account of? Have we brought in private sector participation? And that's a rhetoric question, because we all know that in the critical space of containers, of autos, we don't have a competition. It's still one terminal, it's still one company that is operating as our terminal operator, and it is a company that happens to be in the same stable with our National Ports Authority, which is TPT. So what needs to be done is that model that's defined in the commercial ports policy is still relevant for the country. In terms of bringing in private sector investment in the port space, the policy, commercial ports policy, as well as the CMTP, required that the department develop a private sector participation framework that will guide all of us in terms of how you as industry, or where you as industry would be able to participate in the port system beyond the Section 56 processes or Section 65 processes as defined in the National Ports Act. Now, those are some of the things that we then need to look at in terms of how we take the processes forward. When we looked at how South African ports are performing in terms of being competitive, I think it is a given. It's worsened in the last 2 years, notwithstanding COVID. I think COVID becomes a convenient and a excuse, so to speak, but the reality is our ports have not been performing effectively or efficiently over the last few years. We've looked at studies that have been conducted where we're ranking almost in all of them bottom of the sample in terms of our performance. The World Competitiveness ranking over the years from 2017 through to 2021, South Africa is ranking around 53, position 53 to position 62, with best performing ports in Europe and elsewhere, doing so because there's innovation, digitalization. They've looked at welfare benefits of having ports in their in their localities. The point that I think Linson Nambi was making about focusing on port cities as opposed to just looking at what needs to be happening at port in terms of infrastructure and so on. So we have not been doing well. There was a report that was co-funded by the presidency as well as a number of other entities, I forget which ones, but it was published in November of 2021. The reason I'm going to look at that one specifically is it goes beyond mentioning the obvious, and it tries to look at what are the challenges. And effectively, it indicates that the problem that we have in terms of South Africa's port performance is structural. And part of it is because of what I've mentioned in terms of the commercial ports policy and the intention not realizing, but it is also because over the last 10 years or even 2 decades, we are focused on short-term interventions to solve the problems and not looked at long-term, what is it that we require. That report highlights, compared South Africa's performance to 9 other terminals, specifically containers, 9 other terminals which were selected specifically because of their similarities to the South African port, so that we, in a sense, even though you can't have exact apple for apple comparison, but they perform the same functions, they have the same characteristics and so on. And it also looked at South Africa's own performance over time. So from 2010 right through to 2019, each of the port, how have they performed? And on average, South African terminals, that's Durban, Cape Town, Ngqura, and Port Elizabeth, they were on average 20% below the performance of the other terminals, and those other terminals include terminals in our own continent, Tema, Dar es Salaam, and so on. For the South African ports themselves, looking at how they've been doing over the years, they have not achieved an efficiency rating of above 70%, or 0.7. Perfect efficiency would be 1 or 100%. We have not reached 70%. So there is a 25 to 35% slack in South Africa's port performance, given the input that they have. This then means that there is, without putting additional capacity in the system, there is an opportunity for a 25 to 35% improvement in efficiencies. And why that is important in terms of global competitiveness is that there are studies that show that improvement or moving from a performance into a quintile to another is almost similar from a cost perspective in terms of reducing the cost of doing business with in that country. It's the effects are significant. So just by improving efficiencies, we could improve also issues of cost of our services in the South African system. If you look at that report and the just figures in terms of the performance of terminals between 2010 and 2019, in 2010 we were doing well, and the question is, what were we getting right that we lost along the way? Because the efficiency rating then was around 76% on average. That has declined to 66% by 2019, which is equivalent to a 1.5% annual decline. In comparison, regional and global ports in the sample improved by 30% over the same period of time, from 67% in 2010 to 88% in 2019. So it's an average of about 3% annual performance improvement. What have they got right that we haven't, right? And there are issues around terminal operators, investment in infrastructure, in equipment, in processes within the port that we seem to have not gotten right, that needs to be addressed. At the level of African comparators, even though starting from a low base, the ports of Tema and Dar es Salaam, as well as Alexandria in Egypt, have widened the performance gap by about 60%, with an annual average improvement of 3.5%. So it can be done. And the question, I think, that we face as this collective that has to make input into the CMTP implementation plan, and therefore the oversight of the Department of Transport as well as public enterprise on the other side on NPA and TPT is what is it that needs to be done. I thought I would share just some of those in terms of competitiveness. There are other factors that we will look at in the small group that I haven't touched on, but at that level, those are some of the issues that we need to be looking at. So in developing a competitive South African port system, the aim should be to promote an environment where we can compete globally. We have to remove barriers and open up possibilities for other players in the port space, both in terms of terminal operations, but also provision of other port activities in the port space. We have to understand the barriers and plans that needs to be put in place to address those. And as I've said, the BISHU study of November 2021 implore us to look at long-term and structural, not just short-term. Issues of equipment breakdown, track congestion, and so on. How do we deal with those? And importantly, in terms of the CMTP itself, it talks to the need for the department to define a spatial land use plan for the port system that should assist us in unlocking long-term solutions to the problem. I will pause here and then ask, I think the next one is Innocent Shamtau. She will then give us her overview on the policy statement that deals with sustainable development and growth of local marine manufacturing, including offshore industries and related services. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. As I was introduced by Sis Joey, my name is Innocent Shamtau, and my claim to fame in the space of maritime is that I am a maritime entrepreneur. I am with Mediterranean Shipping Company, an enterprise development beneficiary in their clearing department. They are my sponsors. They believed in me, and I went to school to do what they want me to do and what the industry wants me to do. And I am here to stay in the industry. So I was invited to facilitate this particular session because it's part of my passion as well. And I want to just echo a bit of what Gino has laid forward and Khomoto on the BEE charter as low-hanging. And I think part of the implementation plan, I wish Dumsan was here. We have a lot of low-hanging fruit. We've discussed this over and over again. The dialogue that the Blade did answered everything. It was just for us to take that list and just execute. So let's not repeat and just look at what we can achieve in the short, medium, and long term. So I hope I get to also give input on the port productivity and efficiency. I mean, on the container space. We come across those problems every day. We know what needs to be done. As Joey has also said, 2010 it worked up till 2017. Same equipment, same people. What changed? We must ask ourselves those questions. And if something changes and it's not bringing us results, we must be vocal about it. We mustn't be afraid. Our ports are just not working the way they should be. With the same equipment, same people, it's not working. Let me just get back to what I'm here to sort of highlight. So I'll be addressing the policy statement number 5, which talks to sustainable development and growth of local marine manufacturing, including offshore industries and all other related services. So I want our group to have the following focus. On marine manufacturing, there are a whole lot of related services. And the entire value chain is quite broad. It's happening, including your design, your fabrication, construction, alteration, maintenance, and so forth. And also technology that also is paired with the manufacturing sector that comes with it. The other big, so basically out of it, we want to discuss what is it that the policy is not sort of boldly driving in terms of the value chain that's there, that we're not tapping into as industry players and as industry entrepreneurs. Secondly is the issue of ship repair, my biggest passion. We have dry docks that are old. Dry docks don't cater for the current new age vessels that come to South Africa. So what do? We leave. With MSC, our ships are bigger and better, but we can't repair them in South Africa. Why? Because we refuse as a country to enlarge our dry dock and lengthen it. It's expensive, but let's talk about it. Let's find ways of making it happen. There's been conversations after conversation on our dry docks, and shipping lines like one-stop shops. When they come and drop off boxes and collect boxes, they could quickly get on, on the repair center and do it. But we're not finding ourselves moving at the speed that we're supposed to in terms of fixing a dry dock or building a new one. It's money, but let's go look for that money. Nothing stops us, and I'm working on a project and a feasibility study as well on the same topic. It churns about 1,000 jobs a day, a big dry dock of about 420 meters and about 65 meters wide. 1,000 jobs, it's a big factory. Yeah, job churner, and we are sleeping on the job on it. And I feel we're talking and we're focusing on upgrading it for who? The ships are bigger, So let's have the right conversation. And the policy must actually influence that push to say, what's the next step? We have to do what we gotta do on the dry dock. I'll tell you of a capability South Africa has, and we're not even celebrating it. When the fatal storm happened in 2017 on the 10th of October, the MSC Ines blocked the port, right? Big ship, couldn't fit in the dry dock. So MSC Geneva said, what do we do? Do we tow it to Singapore? Or what do we do? And South Africa said, Captain Sanders said, no, we've got capability in South Africa. It stayed 4 months at a lay-by berth in water, and we fixed it using hands of South Africans. We are capable. We created about 250 jobs. 60% were engineers, black and white. Amazing story. So we can do it. We just need to be deliberate in wanting to do it, and there must be enough political will to support some of the initiatives we come across. Technology and innovation, they discuss the 4R issues. I think we are equipped. All we need there also is scaling what, we need to talk to what, it must talk to our needs, and I'll address a bit of it later. We need to touch also on the government role in supporting marine manufacturing. We need help from them. We need decisions. We need policy support. We need transformation support. The industry is there, but there's little transformation in there, and only our government can help us. The third issue I want us to discuss is human capital requirements. We need a knowledge economy on it. What's the point of moving in wanting to be technologically astute without skills, without harnessing the maths? It can't be 30% pass rate, government. for us to actually tackle this backlog, this opportunity we're all missing as a country. And obviously the job creation element. And on the sustainable development trajectory, it touches on social, it touches on economic, and it touches on environmental. Just to share with you a quantum of our ship repair industry currently, and I've made some statistic comparisons with the US. It's a big population, but I think we can get closer to them. We are about a 16.8 billion economy when it comes to marine manufacturing. 700 jobs turnover. It's there, but I believe that we can scale. America, just to give you a sense, their marine manufacturing industry is worth $121 billion. We're talking rands. Direct jobs, 472,000. Indirect jobs, 177,000 jobs. Businesses involved in the industry, it's about 34,000 companies. And we're sitting at 16.8 billion rands, 700 jobs. It's not enough. I'm an engineer. We're here, there's lots of engineers. Let's just harness and see what the policy can help us to just boost and give it a lift a bit so that we actually grow this quantum over time. And I looked at the limitations. You know, what the policy probably could start addressing is a recent study showed that South Africa builders have been slow to adopt innovation and technology. So that's something we really, really need to focus on to move with the times and not be scared. We must just be bold, move with the times, and, you know, harness the research that's going on. We need to see how we can scale that as well. Materials technology do not measure up well against larger European counterparts with regards to production method, labor, skills, productivity, public sector infrastructure, and government support. That too needs to be given attention. It's limiting us on growth. It's limiting on involved and increased participation of people across our diverse country. We're lagging behind, and we've got voices. Minister is committed, you know, to say she's a phone call away, she on speed dial with us, you know? So we need to embrace that, but it must have tangibles, right? And unlike European counterparts, South African companies have difficulty in raising capital because of South African banks being reluctant to, you know, they don't like work in progress. You can't go to the banks and say work in progress, they want an off-take. Only the fortunate ones will have off-takes. If I want to build a dry dock today and I say I need 4 billion, they'll be like, how are you going to recover it? I will recover it if I've got an efficient port, because there'll be traffic automatically. Believe in me, no work in progress, take risk with me. And only the government can incentivize that risk, right? So we need to get them to, you know, incentivize risk together with us who are capable and will make the shipping lines leave their ships here. You know, there's a big, COVID brought a whole new, big opportunity for ship repair, if I might say so, because there's never been a time in shipping where demand was more than supply. So freight rates have shot up because there are no ships. Ships are locked in ports, containers are not available. So the freight rates shipping lines are really making it, they're killing it. But there's an opportunity of people buying second-hand ships, you know, trying to, you know, increase the supply because the demand is so high. We're buying online. There's so much to do. So there's no excuse of not having a ship repair facility that's recent, modern, and can take up all the new age vessels. I'm not going to touch on the 4IR. I had a screenshot on how we're going to touch on the issue of 4IR. It was touched a lot this morning, and I think we can elaborate when we're together. And these are my suggestions of what I expect out of our discussion as a group, that we need to have deliberate efforts to implement strategic initiatives and specific initiatives that will be supported by the CMT to scale the industry. We've got the industry, it exists, it's there. All we need is just to scale it. We need to leverage on the current existing economic activities, the offshore assets that we have. Let's make sure that it's handled locally. Let's repair locally, let's maintain locally, let's build locally. Because we do mine offshore, we do, you know, fill up our vessels offshore. There's assets offshore that can also create and churn this quantum we want. Transformation. Can we have decisions, Batumba Mudim? Guys, man, we want to be part of this economic activity on ship repair. We're not there. And not that it's not really a money issue. We can get money. Let's build business case also that are solid and not be overnighters. I think sometimes we also have a problem of overnighters. You know, we want to just grab and do something you don't know. No. Gather yourself with skills that are relevant for something and go look. Banks. I don't think banks. I'm waiting for them. I'm ready for them. And let's embrace 4IR. So out of our conversation this afternoon in this part of the statement, those are the issues I want us to tackle and hopefully have a solid implementation plan that you can contribute to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Innocentia. Without wasting any more time, Lebogang. Lebogang will be dealing with 2 policy statements, so you'll cover both of them. And then after which, Peter, I won't come back up. When Lebogang is done, you can then come and also do your input. Then I'll come after you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My role today, it's very simple. I'll be talking about the 2 policy statements, one of which is the modal integration, and the second one is about the development of small harbors. A lot has been said, particularly about modal integration and how do we support our maritime sector to ensure that it doesn't operate isolatedly from the other modes of transport. And as a student in transportation, I've come to understand and appreciate that in South Africa, when we look at how our ports are situated and where lots of industrialization or manufacturing or the hub way situated, we've got quite a number of challenges in as far as geography is concerned. And we spend quite a lot of money in moving goods from different origins to destinations. And as a result, it is very important how we use our modes or optimize the kind of modes that we have in South Africa, particularly in moving commodities. Now, when we look at the South African landscape, particularly supporting the marine sector, we have the road and rail. And all the challenges that affect road and rail, we all know about them. But I will try to give you just a simple overview touching on how does road and rail support the marine sector. I've identified about 3 what I call rail corridors, which are quite instrumental in moving freight or containers, particularly when we look at shipping in South African ports. Durban is the closest port when you compare to other 7 other ports that we have, to the Reef or to Gauteng. And that Durban or the Natal corridor is the heartbeat of the South African economy. Now, when you look at how close is it, it's about 560. Maputo, it's even closer compared to Durban. But in South Africa, Durban is the closest. But we have one problem. We are more relying on road transport to feed the port, either to take in cargo out and into the port, instead of finding railways playing that pivotal role. Now, that is as a result of many other factors, but I want to indicate to the House today that if we had a situation where we relied more on the railway that we have compared to the road system that we have, we could solve quite a number of challenges. The 3 rail corridors that one has actually identified is your Devin Corridor, Durban-Johannesburg, which is also road competitive. Looking at the 560 kilometers, truckers are able to move between Durban and Johannesburg, and sometimes they even do a return trip. The number of trucks that actually move around that corridor, we're looking at between 9,000 to 11,000 trucks per day per direction. And simply, they are no longer even moving containers now, but they're using pallicides in terms of moving cargo between the 2 cities or between these 2 economic precincts. Now, it has created a lot of challenges The second corridor is Johannesburg and to the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Ports, which is Port Elizabeth and also Ngqura. If you look at it, there is cargo that could actually move from Johannesburg to those ports, but there is no return trip. And as a result, that rail corridor does not function very well. And the third one is the Cape Corridor, Johannesburg to Belleville, where we're looking at the containers that move between these two cities. It's a rail-dominant corridor. It makes a lot of economic sense when you are to use railways, but we've got more trucks than rail trips on that corridor as well. So, in simple terms, rail has not been playing or coming to party in supporting this economy on corridors that really matter the most. So, if we are to ensure that the maritime sector plays the role we want it to play in supporting this economy to grow, there's a bigger role for railways to play in this economy. And if railways don't come to party, then this is what's going to happen. A number of trucks on our road, more maintenance to the local spheres or local municipalities in maintaining this road infrastructure. As a result, we're not going to be able to afford. The cost of living in this economy is going to be skyrocket. So it is a requirement that railways needs to shape up, play a part, particularly in this maritime sector. So maritime cannot function on its own. Yesterday we had presentations and Ndadentuli mentioned about how 90% of cargo moves by sea. This cargo is not consumed at our ports. So it needs to move out of our ports. And if our ports are able to at least have about 60 to 65%, we deem them congested. So they need to operate below that capacity. As soon as they go above 65 to 70%, we deem those ports congested. Now, the role of local municipalities, provincial and national, also needs to be that coordination. And so far, it's not happening quite well. Durban is a practical example whereby you've got the city growing so much into the port and you can't expand the port any further. So as a result, there is need for local sphere, provincial and national, to work together in improving the role that maritime needs to play. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even going to bother you much about how do we do that, but the National Freight Logistics Strategy has given some of these concepts to say how do we improve planning within the three spheres of government. We've got the National Land Transport Act, which also gave advice in terms of how do we go about in terms of planning for the local and provincial and national level. And in my understanding, DOT can assist in confirming some of this. Many local sphere or local municipalities are unable to do a simple integrated transport plan. And as a result, you find that policies are driven or are developed at national level, but it's not easy to implement them at the local sphere. And as a result, we will have quite a lot of opportunities that South Africa is not taking advantage of. And for this one in modal integration, I believe that railways can actually do best in terms of decongesting most of our ports. And we can also look at how do we use our inland terminals that we've created, invested quite a lot of money on them, but today they are used less than 50% of their capacity because a lot of warehousing are moving away from rail corridors, and we're developing all these warehouses next to our highways. And as a result, we're creating congestion. Talking about green economy, we're not going to achieve those targets if we're allowing the growth of movement of cargo or rail-friendly cargo on our highways. Our discussion, when we go to the group, we look at how do we really ensure that there is a balance. The idea is not to take the trucking sector out of business, but is to say the first and the last leg, trucks can really play a role. But when coming to the trunk or the long distance hauls, railways needs to play their part to ensure that we don't create another N3 between Johannesburg and Durban, and we always keep on improving in as far as efficiencies to ensure that our ports are competitive and we're able to really play in the space that we ought to be. My second part, which I will be also addressing, is an effective socio-economic program for development of small harbors. When we look at small harbors in South Africa, we know that particularly around the coast, we've got quite a number of them. And the DOT has that responsibility of developing policy. But in as far as the infrastructure of small harbors, Public Works has got that kind of responsibility. And I know about 3-4 years ago, the DOT started a process of putting together a regulatory framework that manages our small harbors. But that did not go as far as we expected. And the Department of Fishing, Forestry and Environment as well has got that role that needs to play. So DOT really needs to spearhead the process in terms of bringing DFFE and Public Works in the development of our small harbors. We need to see a lot of coastal shipping. If our inland logistics system is not working, why don't we use our coastal shipping and make sure that we're moving cargo from Durban maybe to Cape Town because the inland system is not working. Shipping is the cheapest mode that we have. We couldn't use it, but then that requires a lot of investments therein. So in taking this discussion forward, we would want to know that in support of coastal shipping, what are those enablers that we could really look at to ensure that we don't develop policies that are irrelevant or that are not going to enable this economy to thrive. So I'm looking forward to engaging you and getting your inputs in how do we develop harbors that work for this economy, and we can take advantage of the continent as a whole. Because looking at the continent, South Africa, with the 3,900 coastal shore, we've got the potential, we've got the skills and the capacity. It's an issue of will. If we are willing really to do it, let's position maritime as the anchor of this economy, and I know we can thrive. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. I've probably got the most difficult task of all to talk about cabotage. Just to give you some insight, some years ago, there was a coastal conference that was operated largely by Unicorn Lines and one other. And that was responsible for the ferrying of coastwise cargo down the coast. But since that was disbanded, the vessels that are calling now are big vessels, 6,000 TEU, 8,000 TEU, that are uncarrying to the coastal ports, of which there are 8 on our 3,000 kilometre coastline, primarily Durban, East London, which is largely car carriers, Port Elizabeth, not as big as Nuga, and of course Cape Town. Durban, just to give you some background, Durban Container Terminal is 2.8 million TEU. The Pier 1 is 700,000. Nuga, you've got 2 million container capacity. And of course, Cape Town is 1 million at this point in time, but likely to change to 1.4. With the proposed changes in the merchant bill, where coastwise cargo will be carried by South African flag-owned vessels, what it means is that the big container vessels that are calling will not on-carry, and it'll be a choice of taking off. If your vessel currently goes to, calls at Durban, and it goes on to Nuga, that you take the cargo off in one of those ports, and then it would be on-carried by the feeder vessels. So overall, what's going to happen is that you're not going to have as many callers, first of all, as we see now, where vessels might call at Durban, Nuka, Cape Town. Those will fall away, and they'll probably all, I should imagine, go for Durban, discharge the vessels, load, and then head back to wherever their hub port is in the east or elsewhere in the world. So the ports are not going to earn that kind of revenue that they are now for port use, light use, and all the other relevant charges that are applicable. As far as the cabotage is concerned, there's no fixed mention yet as to where all these vessels are coming from. And, you know, we're increasing capacity. Everybody's trying to boost our economy and grow the container trade, which is, you know, brisk. It's 60% of South Africa's throughput comes through Durban. And you're going to have quite a fleet, I should imagine, to be able to accommodate and carry the cargo down the coast. I would say 60% of a vessel's load is Johannesburg bound, and the rest is between Durban and the coastal ports. That's how it is. So it's going to be quite a task, and I think we're a long way off cabotage being put into full operation for quite a while. I think there has to be a lot more discussions, a lot more talking to try and work around the problem areas. But I think one of the main things is that you're not going to have as many callers coming into the port of South Africa. It will be the smaller vessels. And let's not forget that we have limitation as far as berths. Durban is heavily under pressure. East London is predominantly occupied by car carriers. Port Elizabeth, you have a draft issue there, and restrictions on gantries, and you're operating with mobile cranes. Nuka is the next best bet, and the capacity there, as I mentioned, is not as great. There has been drafts that have come from the Department of Transport that everybody was given the opportunity to give their feedback and comment, and we are now waiting for the next draft, which is estimated to come out second quarter of 22 for further comment. And SOCOA, who I represent, and of course the shipping lines, we're eagerly awaiting for that draft to come out to present to our legal team to provide feedback on what we believe is correct and incorrect. So we're a long way off yet. And the rationale, when we think about it, the South African coastal policy has remained the same from the time of British rule to the Nationalist Party days and throughout the South African democratic years. And where the various administrators adopted a policy of no cabotage over South African coastal waters, South Africa has never reserved for itself the right to exclusive coastal trade. The question is then, why is there now a policy to shift from having no coastal restriction to cabotage implementation? The answer to this question provides a proper basis that focuses on the following section and attempts to address this question by looking at the government's rationale for introducing cabotage as understood from the various draft instruments over the past 2.5 decades. The reason, therefore, presented by government for its interest in coastal shipping is not new. Cabotage, shipbuilding, shipping skills transfer attracts favorable foreign exchange, and job creation, for example, are some of the more commonly advanced grounds for state involvement in coastal shipping. In a country plagued by chronic unemployment, the state is under tremendous pressure to address unemployment for this reason. Maritime policy focuses on the country's coastal waters for job creation through seafarer employment, shipbuilding opportunities, shore-based activities, and in downstream business. And of course, as I referred, the South African historical context of the government seems to be looking to extend the policy to upliftment or empowerment. Approximately 95% of South Africa's total trade is carried by sea on foreign vessels and operates service virtually all of that trade. Government laments the fact that the country pays about 160 billion per annum to foreign companies to procure these services. The extent to which South Africa relies on sea trade for its economic well-being, therefore, cannot be overstated. As matters stand, the bulk of foreign shipping companies carry South African trade because the country desperately lacks domestic capacity to carry its own trade and points to a need to possess a sizable fleet of all types of vessels on its register to move homogeneous cargo up and down the coast between ports and curtail foreign services. Thus far, South African ships register consists of 3 vessels. I stand to be corrected. The Cape Orchard, Cape Enterprise, and the Oliphant, which has since been withdrawn from the register. And just to reiterate, so we have made submissions that are well known to this effect, that it is feared that depending on the wording of the relevant provisions, any anticipated gains for the country will be more than set off by increased costs that will be to the detriment of the country as a whole. And we look forward to receiving this draft. Obviously, if vessels call at Durban and they discharge their load, there has to be an on-carriage fee that is going to have to be paid, and they're not going to take the cargo down the coast for nothing. And again, it will bite heavily on the consumers for that extra leg. So we have a lot to contend with, a lot to wrestle with, and hopefully in the best interest of the country, that we can put our heads together and look at it objectively and, of course, economically in the best interest going forward. Thank you. Thanks, Jai.
All right, thanks to the facilitators. I am looking at time, it's 1:13. I think we will break now for lunch, reconvene at 2 o'clock. And when we reconvene, I'm not sure if it will be possible to ask the facilities, where's Terence, is he out? We'll try and ask them to put tables or rather chairs in corners, or we'll have to grab them ourselves when we come back. but we'll have the global competitive group this side. I'm using, powers vested in me to choose the best spot. Will be this side, and then I think the next bigger group might be the one that's combining two policy statements, which is Lebogang, will be this side. And we'll have, I think, Peter, where you are, the group on Cabotage will congregate in that corner. And Innocentia, you will take that corner, that side. Yeah. I'm sure we would have wanted to have comments on the inputs that were made, but they were really that, just reflection on the policy statements. The real work really will happen in the smaller group discussions, so we can have the discussions then. See you at 2 o'clock. I think the lunch venue is the same as yesterday's. Thank you.
say that. Say that before you start speaking. That would be the entrance we use. You know, there's the entrance on the just on the film studios. Yeah. Yeah. So you know where the voting
Hi. It's 2:07. I think we'll go straight into our respective corners. Who's following the global competitive? Oh, it looks like we won't have anyone there. Just a reminder, global competitiveness, that corner. Intermodal as well as, what is the other one? For Lebogang? Oh, intermodal and small harbors, this side. Then INO is marine manufacturing and coastal shipping, Cabotage with Peter at the back. Thank you. Oh yes, yeah. In terms of the program, we're supposed to finish at 1600 hours. We will not disturb you for tea break. You will take your tea break as it comes. I think in each of the groups, it will be helpful to have a scribe that will take notes for the facilitator, for those notes to then be provided to myself, because in terms of reporting back, I need the notes from each of the subgroups to reflect what we have discussed and what we're proposing or saying to the department. I think after 4, the DOT will then give us guidance as to what happens. Enjoy the deliberations. Thank you.
Keywords, enforcing them everyone works together, but working together in the implementation or in the planning. Yeah, because remember, everyone is working. Yeah.
go straight to the female. So it's about almost three modes of transport, which is the same process again, but it's road and the air. So if you look at that, is that there's a way that a particular mode is being managed. So the policy needs to talk to all this so that it encompasses sort of.
So if I hear you correctly, because now even advocating for certain things when it comes to the way if we deal with export and let's also look at your SARS.
Yes.
Things like you are leaving the airport before the tower. No, the discussion now, you are leaving the airport before the tower gives you a ride being off. And the chances are you're going to collide with the incoming flight. Right. So now I'm saying as ATNS, I'm not the pilot of this aircraft, but I've got powers to allow you to take off or to land. And I'm saying, before you take off, I have
question now is, why is it now important for the yeah.
If I could just get your attention, please. Can you get everyone in? We'll be starting 4 o'clock instant. Thank you so much. If I could get your attention, please. So we're now dealing with the reporting. So each group, not group here, each session will be invited and they will just report for 5 minutes. The rest of the information will be submitted because of time. Okay? So you just come, touch on the key issues that came out, and you then make sure that you then submit your work. And then you'll then get your results next week. I thought you're not listening. Then we'll get your result next week. So any volunteers want to start? Are you ready? 5 minutes. No, they must all report here. We have told them that 4 o'clock we are starting. I think time is we have sent for them. Yes, we have sent. So we have sent a message that they must come in. So just come. But very succinct. So you would invite them because this is your session.
Yeah. Yeah, and then when I'm done, whoever was doing the other session will then have to come and remember where
your session is
session 4.
Okay, so the first session to report is session 4. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ntuli, and afternoon to you, colleagues. We did not have the time to consolidate the subgroups' work, so we're each going to do very brief and succinct report back on the discussions on the different policy statements. I will start with the policy statements on global and a globally competitive port system, and taking guidance from Mr. Ntuli aimed at saving time. We have quite a long document where we've noted issues that the group felt needed to be dealt with. I will not go into each one of them. I'll just highlight salient points. We looked at the policy statements themselves to look at whether they are still relevant or not, and the group felt that by and large the statements that are articulated are relevant, except on policy statement 4G. We want to propose that unlike the way it is currently phrased, which is confining interventions to those particular areas that are identified, that it be recrafted so that it opens up the space for, what did we call it? Explanatory notes to be developed that allows any other intervention to be implemented. The issue being that because it is a policy it's a policy document, and the process that it takes to change a policy, if you prescribe, then it means over the period until you've changed the policy, you're not able to take on other issues. And the group felt that the ones that are articulated are not the only issues that needs to be taken care of. In this day and age, we have to also be looking at cybersecurity. We have to look at research and development to respond to emerging trends in the sector. So that's from a policy point of view. The rest of the discussion really, although it started off at a policy level, we almost in all of the items agreed that it's really implementation. And from this perspective, Mr. Ntuli, the group felt ultimately towards the end that the establishment of the Maritime Development Council, which the CMTP said it is the one that would have representation from government, from industry, from academia, and so on, it's critical, it's imperative, because that council, in terms of the CMTP, is also supposed to develop the Maritime Transport Development Plan that takes into account all the interventions that are required from the various CMTP policy statements. So that's the one thing that needs to happen ASAP, because in the document itself, it's an activity that should have been concluded in the first 2 years after the adoption of the CMTP. The other areas that were covered looked at what are the interventions that are necessary to ensure that the South African port system is competitive. And there we looked at the fact that the current policy statements tended to confine itself to what is it that needs to be addressed with the Ports Authority as a provider of port infrastructure and services for it to be competitive, or for those to be competitive. And the group felt that we need to expand that in the implementation plan to look at enablers for industry, for certain industries that are operating in the port space or supported by port, to be able to be competitive. And in terms of the details, if I go into that, then I'm going to take a lot longer. But there are issues around efficiencies in operations and bringing in other players outside of the Ports Authority through the joint operation centers. And coupled to that, exploring the development of data centers for the South African port system that would allow decision-making to be information-based and to be real-time. There were also articulations of the need for the implementation plan to include an R&D agenda for the port space, for the port industry. And that then becomes a basis for us as a country to respond to emerging trends on an informed and a systematic basis. Then the last one that I will touch on to save on time is around the area of port land use and spatial planning frameworks, where the group felt that we should propose to the department in terms of an implementation, in terms of the implementation plan, the need to ensure alignment of legislation, GIAMA and SPLUMA, how does it play out in the port space, and the coordination of critical stakeholders in that process, so that we allow for long-term port planning that addresses the needs and the demands from the various subsectors in the port system. The last one really, Mr. Ntuli, is the review of the commercial ports policy, which is still outstanding. The CMTP implementation plan envisaged that this should be done in the first 2 years. We still haven't done that, and the group supported the original intent, which was to say, before we change drastically or materially the National Ports Act, we need to have done a review, an M&E and review of the implementation of the commercial ports policy, so that that becomes the outcome of that process that informs any changes in the policy. I think those are the high-level issues that from our side we wanted to raise. As I said, we will give the presentation to the DOT I'll then call on Innocentia to report for her group. She will then be followed by Lebogang, and then Peter will come in last before we hand over to session 5 for their report back. Thank you. Mr. Ntuli says I must remind everyone 2 minutes each.
I thought, yeah, I didn't prepare the presentation, so it's good. No problem, Mr. Ntuli. We didn't even prepare the presentation because we thought we were going to consolidate it for us, Joey, to say. So I won't present, but I'll talk to comments. Yeah, so from our group colleagues, the policy is clear. It's stated, like I said before. The only thing is that we are afraid to scale. But as much as we could be afraid to scale, we need enablers to help us scale. And it boiled down to Transnet. I don't know if my Transnet colleagues are here. An efficient port, a productive port will attract traffic. Shipping lines love one-stop shops. Our ship repair will become vibrant, and that's a bottom line. So the policy implementation plan must talk to Transnet to come to this party not as a stakeholder, but as a partner. They need to come and commit to give us that efficiency so that we make sure that ships are repaired here. We do something about the infrastructure limitations that the country has on ship repair and so forth. We also realize that on the human capital, we're getting a lot of skills drain. You know, navigational architects leave the country because the industry can't absorb them. Why? Because there's no activity. So we believe that we can't afford that skills drain, but we've got no choice because we've got no activity, right? And thirdly, the cyber security issue came, and we're gonna leave it to the 4IR team to deal with. And I think one more element that came to my group, from my group, was just action. People want action. We come here to talk. There's no plan of action, or it's there, but it's not implementable. So let's implement. I still have a dream of the Durban Dry Dock guys. We make it bigger, we make it longer, or we build a new one. We find money together. Incentivize investors. Let's do it. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I believe you had a very good time in your sessions. And my role was on modal integration and the development of small harbors. We had a good time. It was 10 of us. And all that we agreed to is action, action, and more action. Mr. Ntuli, please stop procrastinating and holding the sectors ransom. You need to enable us. So all the policy statements should not just be written for good English, but we need to see everyone delivering and getting the work done. Railways from Transnet, they said, up your socks. We really need to see railways playing their role. And the way road is taking over, or the way the economy is relying on road, it's very dangerous for this economy, looking also at the volatility of petrol and exchange rates. In as far as the small harbors are concerned, Mr. Ntuli, DOT is expected to do further consultations with Public Works and with DFFE to make sure that what is in the policy statements also aligns with what happens in Operation Pakisa, the master plan, and so on. So the group believes that there is need to do a thorough consultations with those two departments, and perhaps also include tourism to ensure that these small harbors look at how best can they contribute to the socio-economic development of the marine sector. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, my group abandoned everything. Okay, on the Cabotage side, South Africa as a sovereign state has a right to follow Cabotage policy to create jobs and protect our domestic waters. Point 2, the models were debated, restrictive or liberal, liaising on a phased-in approach. The group favoured the liberal approach. The option favoured also the bareboat approach as far as crewing and so on is concerned. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
I would never presume to speak on the behalf of youth. I am mature youth, and we were all youth once. So Mr. Ntuli, I had assumed that our feedback was tomorrow, so I don't have my notes with me. I'm just going to speak from memory. How many of you can guess how many times, not anyone from the session, the word woman appears in the policy? Once. But we understand that if we unlock economic opportunity in all the other areas that the policy covers, that it is the preparedness of women to meet those opportunities that will see women empowerment be at the forefront of development into the future. So what we looked at was the original policy statement, which perhaps someone who was in the session would like to read it back to me. Anyone who's got that note in front of them? It's combined women and youth, and it related to entrepreneurship. So it was very specific around ensuring access to, there we go, Azwi, if you wouldn't mind, please just reading it to us. Thank you, and a round of applause for Azwi, who joined us in the session together with 2 other brave men. All right, so whilst we felt that that statement was very valid, we did feel that to just define women in one sense was a little bit short-sighted, because women seafarers and women professionals in shore-based careers and women entrepreneurs all face very different challenges. So we proposed at the end of our robust session, which I co-facilitated with Nomcebo Sibi from EQ8 Recruit, and also Wista South Africa Director, and Glory Semenya from the DOT, was a slight rewording of the policy statement to reflect the need for collaboration and to reflect that all these different categories of women in the industry had challenges that needed to be solved through collective effort. What we did recognize after doing a complete overview of activities currently underway since the policy was launched is that there were a lot of very positive and constructive initiatives taking place across the industry, both non-governmental organizations and government-affiliated organizations. And these relate to initiatives concerning skills development, concerning mentorship, scholarships, learnerships, all the ships, which is relevant for the industry. But what we did lack was a coordinating body that could recognize, that could firstly map stakeholders who are involved, map the overall picture of what we're trying to achieve, which the 2019 Women in Maritime Declaration did do, but actually take an overview which helps us to see how all these different initiatives are making up the puzzle, which is going to hopefully reach that wonderful saying, definition of success is preparedness meeting opportunity. So you guys have all been working on the opportunity side, unlocking economic opportunity in the other sessions. We were talking about capacitating women to take advantage of those opportunities as growth is actually achieved. I think there's one other important thing that I was going to mention. What have I forgotten? Been a long day. That was for the skills session tomorrow, Nandi, but it was important. Sorry, that was actually one good point, is that we talk very easily about and fluidly about things like collaboration and partnership and skills development and transformation, but we often don't have a common definition. And therein could lie a challenge for implementation of the policy. We also felt that throwing action items out to industry was not quite helpful, because everyone's going to do that and do what they're doing in their space. And we do need to allocate clear accountabilities, particularly on that Women in Maritime declaration. For yes, we say industry, but who's going to step up and be that coordinating body? We felt fundamentally what was lacking about women in this industry was data. We don't know where we're going to go and if we're getting there if we don't know where we've come from. And we'd like to work with DOT and SAIMI around commissioning a gender survey so that we do actually understand where everyone says only 2% of those in our workforce are women. We feel like it's slightly different, but we don't know. So we'd like to make that suggestion going forward. Those who are with us, anything we've forgotten? I think that may just sum it up. Yep, monitoring and evaluation, again, when it came back to the survey, we do feel that there are no targets relating to women empowerment in the industry in the plan, but we can't set a target if we're just doing it in a vacuum. So what are we working with here? Are we saying we want to increase the representation of women at sea from 2 to 11%, which is what I actually understand it's sitting at? 11% of South African seafarers are women. But again, we need that data in order to be able to realistically set targets and then monitor improvement. So that was it in a nutshell. You missed out on a fun session, guys. Thanks.
No, but there's an International Day of Women.
I'm sure that the DOT is going to talk about that. Wouldn't you like to, Glory? So the International Maritime Organization declared International Day of Women in Maritime. It is on the 18th of May, coming up. I understand that DOT is stepping up to the plate and organizing a dynamic event involving the industry, and we look forward to see you all there.
Thank you, thank you. Youth must already be jumping now. Where's the youth? Where's the youth? Youth, energy.
I feel like I was sabotaged, Mr. Nduli. It was quite a dynamic session. And I felt like that's why no one actually came to the youth session, because youth problems are actually so many that no one wants to address them. Similar to the women, I'm going to ask the same question. How many times does the word youth appear in the CMTP? Once.
Also once.
Yes, only once. So it's a problem. And the one thing we addressed, or the issues that we sort of brought up, is that in the policy, the word youth is always intertwined with women and skills, and that there's a systematic sort of approach, or government systematic approach and red tape that is creating issues for youth, as well as lack of monitoring and evaluation by government on youth. So how do we move forward? Again, I would like those in the session to sort of assist me to come back with the answers, but we then said, okay, what solutions do we propose? Because there are many. There were a myriad of solutions, and we couldn't narrow it down, and we believe that we need another session with youth just to sort of explore it a little further. But we know that Mr. Mfini mentioned that yesterday they had a conversation that there's a database of over 400 unemployed youth. And I'm underlining the word unemployed because the idea is that youth need to go get jobs. So in the session, the one thing that was brought up by one of the members was that maybe it shouldn't just be about employment, but creating opportunities for business as well for these unemployed youth. So mainly is that there's nothing worse off that Claire mentioned, is creating or training these youth or putting them through a system, but there's no linkages to either a form of employment or a form of a business career after that. So that's the one thing we're trying to achieve. The other thing that we spoke about is collaboration. So collaboration is key and it's fundamental between government and private sector. But given that there's also youth that have no access to technology, but worse off, aren't even in the system. So youth that don't even have an ID number or even a birth certificate that can't then process themselves throughout a system, and that's fundamental and key. So we then said maybe we should look at a program where we work with tribal authorities, not just government, but also tribal authorities to create those linkages. What we also then agreed on was that whatever we agree on needs to make its way into policy. So the fact that youth is only there once is absolutely unacceptable. We need to then find a way to include youth and make its way into policy where it's pronounced that youth have their own sort of framework, and not as it is currently where they are being intertwined with skills and women. We then said there needs to be a differentiation of programs. So we need to have a program that focuses on the current youth, so the graduates and the masters, the trainees, the cadets, but also programs that focus on rural youth that have no access to these, that's zero access to technology as well as the system. We then said we need to break it down into immediate, long-term, medium and long-term strategies which are actually practical. So we can't expect someone like the Maritime cluster to now wake up tomorrow and say, this is what they need to do, but there's nothing that's pronounced that is actually quite immediate for them to then know that in the next couple of weeks, that's what they need to achieve, and on a quarterly basis, what they need to report on. The programs that we then are proposing is, that came out of the session, and again, please add on if I've got something incorrect, is we speak about recognized prior learning, but indigenous knowledge is also recognized prior learning. So we find in the rural areas that we have people that have indigenous knowledge that can pass it on to this youth, and can that not be deemed as indigenous, as prior learning, in the respect to fishing and diving and all of those things. The request that also then came in is that the DOT needs to have a youth wing or a youth desk that deals specifically with the issues of the youth. The other request, Mr. Nduli, is to the DOTs that may we have a youth forum where youth actually come in and put in their issues, because we realize that youth don't have one blanket approach. There's many multitude of things that they require that we then need to speak to. Currently in the state, we all know that youth suffer from emotional problems. How are we dealing with that? How are we then addressing it from a maritime sector for youth that are onshore, employed, unemployed, all of that? And can we then not look at using social media, which is the one thing that they have access to? Then there was a suggestion that came from, I think, the only youth that was in our room, that mentioned the idea of Tumamina. So she was like, some of us that have been there, that are offshore and onshore, send us back to our rural communities, but give us guidance and tell us what message we need to actually say to the youth that are in that system. We had an example of someone that came in from Samsa, from Limpopo, I'm not going to name names, but he's smiling, who mentioned that they kids that go through days that they don't go to school because they can't cross rivers. How does someone like him go back and find those kids and have a communication and bring them up to speed with what the maritime sector is all about? Is there anything else I may have missed? The pipeline. Which pipeline? I'm old. Please help me, Nunka. The linkages, yes, the opportunities, yes. Yes, yes. Perfect, yes. Is there anything else? No? Yes. So those linkages, so once we speak to those opportunities and then we create those businesses, it's our responsibility to then create the value chain and the access to that value chain and that supply chain. Happy? Youth, did I represent you well? We are happy. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think also what came out from women's group could as well apply with youth. That we need to also identify this youth. Where is this youth? So that may also be very, and categorize. Because there is a youth that is thriving. They're doing very well in the sector. So we need to build on that as well. I think that's very important. Okay, so we are doing very, very well, by the way. Indigenous knowledge, indeed. So we're going to start backwards, enhancing safety of navigation. Yesterday's agenda. Captain, you are ready? And then may we have Captain Mdlalose line up to follow? If he's outside, can someone go and invite Captain Mdlalose? Is he in?
Okay, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I somehow got volunteered to stand here. So I'm going to quickly give a brief outline of what this one was all about. So basically this dealt mostly with safety and search and rescue and basically casualty investigations, inland waters and that sort of thing. So in general, there was a few discussion points being held. In terms of Program Statement 11, most people felt that the statements were still relevant. However, they noted some challenges in terms of that. For example, with innovation in the research, they noted that there's a disconnect sometimes between various government organizations and research is sometimes duplicated. So there should be a sort of knowledge bank somewhere along the line so that entities can tap into there. So if it's been done, not only will it be a cost saving, but it will help with, sharing of information. They also noted that the policy for zero tolerance policy with regards to substandard vessels needs some development and tweaking, especially being able to act like a deterrent. Like, for example, there's no regulation at the moment that allows anybody to ban vessels. So that's potentially a statement that could be reworked slightly. Enhance safety of navigation. In essence, again, the team felt that the statements were relevant. However, they felt that some of the things that were maybe needed was to bring in new types of technologies in some of the statements there. Like, for example, VDES, which is coming out. And that led into e-navigation, where, again, like some of the other guys that spoke here, cybersecurity came into play. And they thought maybe with that, the statement should be maybe updated with regards to cybersecurity. For enhanced maritime surveillance services, there was a lot of discussion about single window concept, what that means, having a centralized command and control center for maritime domain awareness so that information is shared to the various government entities that require it based on security levels and the type of information that is required. And they were talking also about how do we share this information, noting that all the challenges that each of the organizations have. So the main concepts that came out was basically silo mentality sometimes with certain things, lack of funding, lack of capacity, resources, slow implementation. So that's the kind of trends that came out. Then hydrographic services, they were saying, they applauded the fact that the Act was recently signed, but there's one of the things that are still outdated, like the MOC, the Memorandum of Cooperation, which they felt still needed to be completed. I don't know where that is in the process. Then further on, there was another one where there's, I just want to quickly find it. There's some stuff, like for example, with the search and rescue one, where we were saying that we've implemented some stuff, but it's the follow-through sometimes that are lacking, like the SAR inspectorate unit. So the tweaking of how that sort of thing can do, because they say It was implemented, some training was done, people were nominated, but since then, what's the next step, kind of thing. So there were some questions raised about that. Again, with that one, they raised platform, resources, cooperation. In terms of small vessel and the regulation, in terms of accidents and that sort of thing, in policy statement 24E, the team felt that that statement could maybe be reworded somehow because it was a kind of mixture of insurance with GPS tracking activities, and they didn't really know how those two link up with each other. So perhaps the statement can be reworded because they felt that it spoke more about insurance, so that if somebody gets killed or whatever the case may be, like the road accident fund, that there's some mechanism for funding these families that suffered a loss or something like that. So that's why that statement maybe needs to be reworded. Then, I'm trying to go through this very quickly in 5 minutes. The other statements, policy statements 25, they noted that that was also well implemented. So some of it was basically already done, so that was well done for some of the agencies involved there. However, the team also noted that, for example, that the enforcement officer program has been successfully launched. Last year, SAMSA trained between DFFE, SAPS, and other local authorities, 145 enforcement officers, which is quite good, So there's been a big program of that and constant inspection campaigns. So we feel that that policy is actually working for us in terms of small vessel safety. And then generally, overall, the team felt that the slow implementation of legislation sometimes hampers the quick and effective implementation of the policy statements kind of stuff. So that was generally the concerns that they raised. And then obviously with lack of funding, search and rescue assets, they were concerned that considering that we have a 20.8 million square kilometer search and rescue area, is how do we give effect to this? Where do we get the assets from? Is the assets always available? So maybe there can be some mechanism that can be included where it talks about how to implement funding for search and rescue assets. Yeah, I think that's it. Anything else that my team want to add?
But where you say the view was that you need to rework some of the statement. You have done that.
Yeah, the biggest, we haven't reworked statement 24E yet. We just spoke about the confusion of it and that there's some clarity needed in that statement so that it can be reworked.
Okay, so that will be in the report.
Yeah, that's going to be in the report. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you again, Captain. Well, part of that session has not been addressed, so we would deal with it last. That relates, that's what the gorilla in the room, someone said that, the one on championing growth and sustainable and sustainability and innovation, which I think was Captain Mdlalose, so he would have to come. And then group number five, ready environment. Ms. Manale, thank you. You are doing very well. I'm impressed.
Thank you, Chair. From our group, the Championing Technology Environment, we looked at strategic objectives, and then following the discussion, we realized that there is no specific strategic objective that deals with environment. Then we came up with a language that will have to be included to form part of the strategic objectives. And then the language simply says we need to promote and support the sustainable decarbonization of the maritime sector. And our group also was tasked to look at policy statements number 13, 21, 22, and 23. We had interesting and fruitful discussions there. And then from there, we managed to come up with targets that will need to be achieved beyond 2025 towards 2030. And then looking at the decade plan, we have identified that Most of the targets that have been identified on the decade plan from 2020 to 2025, now they have been achieved. So it's well done to the department and the supporting structures. And then following that, we then proposed some of the targets that will then go beyond 2025. And then those targets, we say we'll develop the adaptation and mitigation plan, the comprehensive one for the sector by 2027. Even if it's been identified that we'll have the specific one for maritime by 2023, we have said we need to think broad and come up with a comprehensive plan. And then the maritime sector will also fit in within the comprehensive sector plan for the department. And then we say we are going to revise the energy efficiency program by 2026. And then we'll have the revised maritime pollution prevention program also by 2026. And then we are going to review the review of maritime pollution legislation to cater for the wreck removal convention that we are aiming for 2027. However, even during our discussion, when we looked at the decade plan, there was one item that needed clarity. And we agreed that because we cannot resolve it, it needs to come to plenary. It's the item on SIA's framework development. So I will put that to plenary so that it can be clarified what is it that is needed and that we need to achieve. Because it says we need to achieve that we could have achieved it by 2021. So that's something that we were not clear on the target, and we will need guidance on that. Following that, I would like to thank my co-facilitators and everyone who participated in a group. Thank you very much. I hope I represented you well, and then the summary that I've presented, it's what we have agreed on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the last presenter was the first one. So this saying that the first becomes the last is true. Mr. Ntwampi, please. You started yesterday. Can you present the most challenging session that you chaired for us? You've got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, as the Group 1 that was responsible for championing growth, sustainability, and innovation, including women and children, we've had quite a number of discussion points and areas that needs to be resolved. But in principle, when we started, all the strategic objectives of the CMTP were adopted. But key issues were raised, one of which was to say, in all the strategic objectives, we need to bring life into them. So there are statements, they are there, they are adopted, but we needed to ensure that they come alive. And by coming alive, it was more of trying to link the implementation plan together with how do we coordinate and implement, or the execution of the entire strategic objectives. Now, with the policy statements, we had facilitators in all the areas that were dealing with specific policy statements that are within the Group 1 of yesterday's morning. And we spoke about establishing Durban as a port city as one of the comments that came in looking at the entire thing. And that KZN, perhaps DOT could consider making KZN as a maritime node, and also ensuring that the National Maritime Center is created, particularly in South Africa. And there was also concerns around how are we going to achieve this maritime sector to be the backbone of the economy. And we spoke about Transnet really having access to Transnet leases. So there was a number of companies that get contracts with Transnet, and it's not transformative and it's not open for new entrants to come through. So it was about how do we really get to ensure that the contracts that are being renewed or so on, it's inclusive and not only specifically for the specific ones that have already been in the system for some time. So there was a need for a change in that respect. Now, we also spoke about when we read these positions, the policy statements that are in, that there is need to do what we call explanatory notes. And the explanatory notes are going to assist in us not delaying in the implementation or the execution of what needs to be done. So the explanatory notes, the DOT can easily do that with the relevant parties to make sure that the minister links or issues out that explanatory note to advise or guide or enable. Actually, it's an enabler for implementation of these policy statements that we've had. One of the key issues in the groups or in the policy statements that we've had is that there is change of ministers that come politically or change of even officials that lead certain programs. And there is no adequate handover when there is change in ministers or so on. So there is need to de-link the political and the real work that is being done. So there is a call for continuity in the work that is being done. So if Nduli is running with the process of policy now, and it happens you decide to go to Home Affairs to do another project there in DOT, there is no handover. And the person that comes to take over your process will start from zero after all the efforts that this house has actually done. So there is need to de-link that whether Nduli is there or not, it should not stop the processes of the marine sector in their entirety. There was also an issue of saying we've got quite a number of abbreviations in the maritime sector and role players that are big and they've got the muscle to change what is required within the maritime sector. But do we really know who these players are and what role do they play? If there is an issue within the marine sector, do we know whom to call to resolve that problem? And I think this is an area where the stakeholders or the private sector or the marine players said to us, please get involved, engage us, let us help you so that you are able to achieve your policy statements. So the private sector is actually extending their hand to say, a policy is a policy, but we are the ones who really understand what we require in the marine sector. Get us involved. Chair, there are also issues around the financial distresses, operational distresses that could be encountered within the marine sector. The COVID was also one of those practical examples to say, how do we therefore relieve certain distresses which could be financial or some could be operational. And there were a number of processes and quite fascinating insights that the colleagues came up with to say, perhaps it's high time that we look at how are we going to restore the operations or relieve those entities that are struggling financially, should there be any financial distress within the sector. So there are a number of issues that have been proposed, and we are still consolidating this point. So there will be in a Word document format for you to be able to go through them and see how they are proposed initiatives of how to go with them. How are we going to develop those? There was a need to develop a maritime sector recovery plan. And the questions were, do we actually have that? The colleagues could not really pin that down, and there was a request that perhaps we need to take stock and really check whether we do have the maritime sector recovery plan. And if not, perhaps the DOT can assist in developing that. There are a number of misalignments between departments or ministries, and in particular, when we look at an example of small harbors, the DOT is responsible for policy, Public Works is responsible for the infrastructure of that, Then we've got DFFE, the Department of Fisheries, Fishing and Environment, that also has got a role that they play. And all these departments, we need to ensure that we are not all pulling in different directions, but there is need for alignment and proper coordination so that we don't misguide the industry in terms of where are we really going. But it was agreed that in principle, the Department of Transport is responsible for the maritime transport policy. That it's not questionable. How to actually get that to be done is how the DOT consult with these different stakeholders to establish that. Chair, the other issues on communication, the communication task team also spoke around identifying who needs to be communicated with. Because in many a times, people just talk passing each other, or you're just talking, but not to the relevant people. So there is need to also identify the right people that we need to be communicating to. And by so doing, it will assist on how do we position the maritime sector as the backbone of this economy. And in principle, the issues of how do we define the maritime value chain, we all speak of such, but we haven't actually got to the nitty-gritties of defining this value chain, developing the right skills, and those skills are not to be determined by what the policy wants to achieve, but it's about what the sector is in need of, and how do we develop those kind of skills that are required to develop and to grow our maritime sector. So each and every industry that operates within the marine sector cannot develop all the skills as one entity. But if South Africa was to have some kind of a value chain to know what critical skills are required, so that when you engage DHET or institutions of higher learning or TVETs, we know exactly what kind of skills are required. And some of the comments, Chair, high level, it was around the change in perhaps legislations when you're looking at diplomacy or international cooperation. It was around the SOLAS, that if it changes, sometimes you find that it takes time for us to actually get the changes to happen timelessly and also to enforce it appropriately. But the discussion went to an extent where we agreed that before we go to these great conventions and engage them, it is important to consult here domestically at home with the relevant stakeholders before we sign treaties or agreements without really looking at the research that we have done as a country to say, how are these treaties or these agreements going to be affecting us as an economy? So all those adjustments or amendments are written properly to give effect to the DOT, that as we look at how do we amend the implementation plan, all the policy statements are approved or adopted, but the issue is there may be some adjustments in the implementation plan so that we manage that. Although it is evident that DOT sits on every quarter with all the relevant parties in terms of the changes in SOLAS or so on, or depending on what the matter is on quarterly basis. But it was agreed that there is need that in principle, let's consult first before we sign any agreements with international corporations. Chair, I think without really delaying much, this is still work in progress in terms of the consolidation of the inputs, but we are confident that before we leave the conference, you will have that comprehensive report and the attachments from all the groups that have actually participated in this one. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I don't know if I've left anything to all there are some comments that perhaps I think I may have left out, and my colleagues are welcome to make their contributions.
Thank you to our convener. Actually, there's nothing you've left out. I just wanted to emphasize something about the delinking of a maritime policy and implementation plan from leadership. I think there's emphasis you've made on the operational side, but on the political side, there's a part that we also emphasize to say, irrespective of the party that leads the country or any coalition, let's delink it in such a way that it's owned by everybody that lives in the country, so that it is not attached as to which political party is the one that is the ruling party. So I just wanted to emphasize the part of delinking, because if we don't emphasize it, whoever comes in might be coming with a new policy that is presented by someone else and everything, yet it must not be linked at all to any form of leadership. Even if it becomes coalition, it must just be owned by the country, so that it continues irrespective of which party is leading. Thank you.
Well, Devin and the team, the colleagues that we've worked with, this was a very challenging task, because if you look at the kind of inputs that were coming, it really required even more time than what we were allocated. But with the help of the wisdom that you've managed to place the skills, there's so much that came out, and I believe that with the write-up that we'll be bringing, they will also be accessible to enhance or even to indicate where the issues are not very clear. Capturing everything in all the 6 teams, it was quite difficult, but we managed to have some progress. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks very much, Lebogang, for that. I think that Ntuli, one of the critical issues linked to the positioning of maritime is a question that also came from the women, but we didn't mention it, but it was very important to us. Is maritime properly positioned within the department? Because if we look at all the reports in the department, you struggle to find maritime. It's like mentioned once in a little paragraph. So the positioning was a strong one, linked to the question, should we not start exploring putting maritime as a separate department from transport?
I did not say anything. No, that was not me. It was the microphone. It was this microphone. Okay. No, I think, you know what, Mr. Ntwampi, thank you so much. It was a complex one. So I said, let it be the last one. Now, you have already set the tone very, very, very high. The expectation is very high in that your report is going to come. You said tomorrow, before we leave, which is tomorrow. So that's the standard. All groups that reported today, the report first thing tomorrow. Latest 11 o'clock, well written, with all the, all the level tomorrow. So that's the standard. Because you know what? For the fact that now we're here, we have to upscale. It's 5 years of the Cmtp. We can't perform at the level we performed the year 1 to the year that we've just finished. We have to take this to the next level. So the things that we're just building the ground, but now it's a different level. We have to upscale. Like you run your own businesses. If you see that these things are built, you have said the policy is relevant, is right, is correct. So if it's good, then it can work. So let us upscale. And upscaling means now really, really working much more together. But I think we would say much of that tomorrow. The Deputy Minister will come here again. I think maybe she will join online to do the closing remarks. We have done well for the past 2 days, such that actually you deserve a very good party. And that party is going to be delivered, not tomorrow, but tonight. So, by who? Who's asking the question? Maybe they have to answer. The host, can they come and just? Oh no, it's a secret. Don't worry. But now, what you need to do: clear the room, take your things, and then come back here again at 5:30. I think they would have managed to set up 5:30. Yes, but just disappear. Don't look what's going to be happening. Just come back 5 o'clock. 5:30. Eh? Come back 5:30. Remember, I was told to ask you to request you to put on your dancing shoes. Eh? Yeah, thank you so much.